morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Race at Home Round 4, brought to you by the Sidon Motorsports Club. We're just doing a sound check just to understand the background sounds along with the cars. The Riaz Hafrat turning right, very sharp at Lassos. Now just about to climb the Rebellion Hill route. Camel straight, long straight that turns between 5 and 7. The long straight there, as you see Riaz braking hard into that right-hander, downshifting. I think Riaz is coasting at the moment. Turns there into forms sharp second gear corner into third, back into second, right-hander, short downhill. Before he starts into the very tight right-hander. It's pretty much a U-turn. It's turn 11, coming into the very technical turn 12. Very nicely done there by Riaz. Comes again into the turn 12. That's very technical. You need to keep the car lined up in the right point because do drift out a little, and if you do, you end up going over the runoff area. Bright Sunday morning in Netherlands. As you see, Lasun Ranatunga very much with the Netherlands colors of orange and black. Kevin Pereira now on circuit. All these drivers now doing a couple of banker laps to understand where exactly they are with today's car setup. They might go back into the pits, do a couple of changes and come back. Maybe e-sport, but there are lots of changes that these cars do. They do manage to do on the run as well. Most of these cars today are the GTRs. Need to understand that all the drivers, the car of choice is the GTR. The Motul Aztec. Some of them have chosen a second car as well this season, but depending on the circuit, the drivers do have the option to choose which car they want to run. I'm told this race is 11 laps. Long race. Generally, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you're looking at a lap time of about 2 minute 4 would be a qualifying, 2 minute 4.5 would be a ideal timing. Although Sashan Apranau has done a few laps and he's been clocking a 2:05. Sashan leading the championship. Last year's quick times around this circuit in the GR2 has been 2 minute 4 195. Today, with all the drivers having upgraded their rigs and sims and all these things, I wouldn't be surprised if a driver does pull a rabbit out of the bag and manages a 203 today. Late 203. So there you see Sashan Gunasekara, the leader of our championship. Not really points at the moment, but I know Sashan leads the championship from Brian and Kevin. Very interesting. See how these boys have really excelled in e-sport. Sashan getting 4 wheels off the circuit there. Might have a penalty there, I'm not too sure. That goes down the Kemble straight again. Lasun Ranatunga there. So there you have it. Sashan Gunasekara leads the championship, 110 points. Brian Pereira with 98. His brother Kevin with 96. Thiago 90. Viren Boteju 62. So after 1, 2, 3, 4, the gap really dropping by almost 30 points. So the fight is within the top. Sashan seems to be in a league of his own, but Brian, Kevin and Thiago are split by a mere 8 points. So it's game on today. We have 2 races, race 1 and race 2. So the drivers will be starting their qualifying in just under 2 minutes. And after that we will have race 1, which will be based on the qualifying, and race 2 will be based on the finishing order of race 1. And it's also a reverse grid, so the drivers can't sandbag in this one. The organizers have had a look at all the permutations and combinations of how these drivers have been doing it. Thus, that is a mighty tail wag. Car is not an easy car to drive. We'll ride with Rise beautifully branded in this car, matching the Sri Lanka cricket colours in tribute to the series win that Sri Lanka had a couple of days ago. Rise Wem, another very, very astute driver, running car with the G Racing at the back. He's got all the sponsors, logos, Lab 57, J Holmes, House of Glass, Pit Pass, and not forgetting the Ceylon Motorsports Club. There's been a bit of an incident there between Riaz and Kevin. I think Riaz, in a moment of lapse of concentration, has gone into the back of one of the other drivers. And there you see the always golden looking car from Thiago. Again, I'm not too sure what you call this thing. It's called psychedelic, if one would say. It's a gold color car with the checkered flag in front and flames on the side of it. At the moment, Thiago is third, fastest in the timings from what I can gather. Maybe fourth because Kevin's gone into the pits. And Thiago running again in this championship, which is the Ceylon Motorsports Club. Ceylon Motorsports Club. We're going for an intro now.
And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagasthara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit.
Back and drivers are out on track. We've got a total of 10 drivers today taking part. Got Emdad Hussain, Thiago, Dashan Gunasekara, Dasun Ranatunga, Ryan Pereira, that's him there. Rise Uem right behind him, Riaz Hafrat, Kevin Pereira, Mevan Pereira, and finally, not forgetting Angelo Senratna, sorry, my apologies. And in the process, we've got these guys all having to maybe maximum of one out lap, one fast lap, and then they will come back in to the pits for a new set of tires, and then go out again for a quick run, because most of these guys try their level best to run these cars on the lower fuel load to get the quickest time for the day. So Angelo Senratna in the white color Nissan GTR with the nice branding on it, something to do with cakes, I'm told. And there you see Riaz Hafrat, Mr. Beamer coding himself in his yellow and black GTR. Kevin Pereira, the target man, unfortunately running the wrong branding. I think he's running last year's branding on the car. And sure the organizers will have a chat with him, because he's got a couple of brands there which are wrong. Nevertheless, we see there Kevin Pereira, Raisuem again. Brian Pereira, brother of Kevin and Mevan, again running the Target brand on his car as well. I think father owns a company called Target, and he's got a beautifully appointed car there. You can see Lab 57 on that car. Branding J Homes, our sponsors, House of Glass, Bitpass, and the Ceylon Motorsports Club. the moment, Brian Pereira clocking the fastest time, 2:04.494, as I mentioned earlier. Lap times are going to drop and tumble very, very quickly as Brian, the first of the drivers to go into the 2:04s, and I won't be surprised if we see either Seshan or Brian, Mevan or Thiago bringing the timings into the 2:03s. The drivers are now just doing a couple of banker laps. As you see, Seshan has done almost he's also in the 2:04s. It's not bad at all. Angelo Senratna, 2:05.117, really good run by him as well. And there you see Cake on the side of it. Thiago is another driver who's at the 2:05.3.3s. There's almost a 1 second gap between the top 4 drivers. Dasun Ranatunga as well, they're trying his level best there, but we haven't seen Kevin and Mevan do their fast runs as yet. These two guys are really quick as well, so anything is possible between Brian, Seshan, Kevin, Mevan, Thiago, Angelo, Dasun, Riaz, Imdad. All these guys really, really fast. Rise, not forgetting Rise here. So all these drivers are taking part. We've lost a driver, Sam. What exactly happened to him?
Unfortunately,
Oh, that's a shame. So we've had a technical problem. And there you see Brian coming in for a quick tire change. Let's stay with Brian. So as I told you earlier, all these guys will do 2 laps, 1 out lap, 1 quick banker lap, and then they'll come in for a new set of tires. It is very much like the real world of motorsport. Brian now having his tire change, and he's out. Very quick tire change there. His mechanics waiting for him. Seshan, I think, has decided he's already done a tire change there, and he's way down the order at the moment. I'm wondering what happened to Seshan, because Seshan is generally very, 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 very close to Brian in timings. Angelo has also come into the pits. Thiago has also not bettered his time from a 2:05.347. As it stands at the moment, you've got our first 4 drivers, or first 5 drivers: Brian, Seshan, Angelo, Thiago, Dasun, Kevin, Riaz, Rise, and Mevan. So that's the lineup for the moment. We've got 9 drivers who have taken part. We had a total of 14 who started the championship. Due to various reasons, some drivers have not been able to make it, but I have to give a lot of credit to these drivers for commitment. As you see, Dasun Ranatunga and Mevan there has now set a time of 2:06.914. So that's still not enough. As we go back to ride on board with Angelo Senratna. Angelo, another very good driver, go-karter in the real world, has been driving with Brian, and Angelo has raced against Brian, Thiago, Kevin and Mevan. These 4 guys all go-karters. So there you see Angelo in the beautifully liveried car. Little bit of a tailback there, but that's all good. Must have got down on the power a little too fast, but that's still fine. And Seshan Gunasekara, I'm going to ride with Seshan here just to see what he's going to do. This is the last bit as he comes on to his quick lap. We've got a minute and a bit to for Seshan and the boys to now clock a time. Seshan's timing has been not too great. 2:08, something's gone wrong somewhere. Not too sure what exactly happened, but he's got enough time there. Not too sure who came out of the pits there, but it will be interesting to see what exactly Seshan is going to do. Got a little bit more than a minute actually. The clock will reset for Seshan. He may be able to finish this particular lap. Yes, he's much faster than his previous run. He's actually 2 tenths quicker there. Brian had better also be doing a quicker time as well, and his drivers all running extremely fast. I'm waiting to see what the next sector times are going to be. Still, for all, he's not quick enough. He's got a purple sector in sector 1. Interesting to see what Seshan's going to do. We're just about coming up to the point where his second sector is going to be. Yes, he's quicker there as well. He's dropped a bit, but he's still quicker by 2/10. Brian is now holding his breath as we ride on board with Seshan. He comes into that last bit. Sharp brake into second gear, first gear. Be very gentle on the throttle, boy, there as you come out. I told you, Seshan is the boy of the hour. He manages to get pole on this one. We'll ride on board now. Next we go with Brian. Brian's still at it. Brian is also on a flyer here. So we've got Seshan, Brian and Thiago leading the top. The gap between Brian and Thiago is just 2/10. Not much can Thiago do because he's already finished his qualifying. Let's see what Brian can do. No, Brian has done it. No, he hasn't. But the gap is so minute between the top 3. You couldn't put a paper clip between them. It's just 2/10 between 1, 2 and 3. Phenomenal drive, and Dasun is not too far off as well. Now 1, 2, 3, 4 is brilliantly close. Amazing drive, and we go straight away into the race. The paddock marshal is already lining up the cars as we wait. And amazing how quickly the cars can be brought in from qualifying into the grid. Very good paddock marshals and start line marshals. Lights are on, and let's see when the lights go off. There we go, cars are off, everybody in a straight line. Some putting a bit of a wiggle there. Seshan trying his level best. I think these guys made a right royal mess up of that start there. And Brian, I think something really bad happened in the process. And Brian fell all the way down, has gone down, and I think he's last. Seshan is now in second. Dasun Ranatunga there, but the guy who managed to get the run on everybody else is Thiago. He placed his car on the inside of the corner, and Seshan moved across to block Brian into the corner, and ultimately the person who had the worst of it all is poor Brian, because Brian, I think, spun in that first corner. Thiago now trying to keep a gap of about a second and a bit there between Seshan and himself, but Seshan is a really fast driver. He is going to be knocking on Thiago's door pretty soon. I feel very sorry for Brian. And there's another whole bunch of cars who are gone away. I'm not too sure what exactly went wrong. If the drivers, I'm sure, will have a lot of questions on this one, and penalties might be meted out if there have been any inquiries. The race control, our race director Sam Hinkend already messaging the drivers asking them what went wrong, and for drivers to send their video clips. The stewards also will look into the reviews to see how the middle order is happening. Not too sure what's happening, but there were a couple of as we ride on board with Rise Wim and Rise and Brian coming up the order. He's now in 7th place. I'm not too sure what happened, but Kevin giving Dasun a bit of a run for his money. Dasun holding the inside line there. Dasun trying to outbrake Kevin trying to go around the inside, as there you see, beautifully done by Kevin, very nicely guarding the blind there. And Dasun lives to fight another day. Top 2, 3 and 4 are pretty close to each other, but as you can see, Kevin is right on Dasun's tail. Nicely done there. Dasun perfectly guarding the corner there, making sure that there isn't much space between himself and the apex, and for Kevin to come down the inside. Kevin fighting, knowing very well that Dasun is not going to give it to him on a platter. Meanwhile, a lonely race for Rise, as Rise has a gap of about 5 seconds to Kevin. Rise in 5th place, and is also being chased by the second of the Pereira brothers, Mevan Pereira. And Mevan also now having Angelo Senratna, he's a bit far behind, but Brian, Angelo and Riaz Afrat all the way at the back. Not too sure what happened. I'm sure they'll have a look into the whole process of this, and if there are any inquiries, there's something which has happened. Our race leader Thiago also has left the room. Maybe it was a glitch in the data, but we wait and see as to what went wrong. So there you see Seshan Gunasekara leads the pack in this process. Dasun Ranasunga in 2nd, Kevin in 3rd, Riaz in 4th, Mevan in 5th, Angelo in 6th, Brian in 7th, Rise in 8th. A brilliant day in the office for Dasun. Dasun having got the better of Seshan. Not too sure what exactly went wrong, but Seshan may have made a bit of a mistake there, as Dasun took the lead from Seshan. Kevin, now the two of them, all three of them, hounding the top 3 drivers. Brilliant driving by Dasun Ranatunga, and it's not easy to get past Seshan. Seshan not really managing to pull away from Seshan, but Seshan hounding the guy. We've down 3 laps only, and there's a long way more to go. As they brakes, Dasun brakes very, very early there, and Seshan not really getting the better of these guys. Amazing driving by these top 3 drivers. I'm not too sure what exactly went wrong with Emdad and Thiago, but sometimes these things do happen.
On screen we are running with Seshan Gunasekara, who's chasing Dasun Ranutunga, current leader. So far the drivers have completed 4 laps out of 11 laps on this circuit, Spa circuit in Belgium. And chasing Seshan is Kevin Pereira. There you go, Seshan has taken the lead because that's another thing. I believe he had to pit and he was almost at the quarter tank level when it comes to the fuel supply inside the car. And even Seshan's tires are kind of degrading, so hopefully within the next lap or two he'll have to come in for refueling as well as a fresh set of tires. We'll have to wait and see what strategy Dasun in go when it comes to this particular event. strange turn of events as Riaz Hafrat has taken the lead on this event. 11 lap race, and Seshan is chasing after Riaz Hafrat right now. Seshan is chased by Dasun Ranatunga.
We're back again. We're in the 9th lap out of 11. Sam having taken over for a little while. And we've got Riaz Hafrat in the lead, Sam.
Yeah.
What happened? When I went out to the washroom, what happened?
Actually, Dasun Ranatunga can believe that.
Okay.
What exactly happened? And Riaz Hafrat has taken the lead.
Aha, Riaz is running a no-stopper. Smart man. Smart man. Riaz now in the lead. But I think Seshan is also just a little bit away from that one. Dasun there, and they've all got into a bit of a rhythm now, into a bit of a pace. I think there you find Seshan getting really close to Riaz. Riaz might have to coast a little bit because his fuel is almost at the end. I'm not too sure whether this gamble paid off for him because he's got 2 laps more to go, a lap and a bit I would say, and now he's got to really short shift that one to keep that car going. He doesn't really fight Seshan, but Dasun might be also knocking on Riaz's door. If I were Riaz, I'd go right on Seshan's tail and try to get a tow, and that would help his fuel consumption. The guys who lost out on this one was Thiago, who was in the lead, and he's at a technical glitch due to these internet dropping. And Brian there also coming all the way from the back. Right on his tail is Angelo, Mevan in 7th, Bryce in 8th. So there you see the entire group there. We've got Seshan now slightly pulling away. Dasun has also taken Riaz. We're on the 10th lap, and we will see what exactly. They've got 2 laps more to go, 10 and the 11th lap. I don't know whether Riaz has gambled on this with the right one. His light is really on. He may have to come into the pits for an extremely very, very quick splash and dash. But once the tires do go away from you, it really drops your timings. He's not going to last. You can see him snaking away there. Bad day in the office for Imdad, and another bad day in the office for Thiago as well. But that's motorsport for you. These things do happen. You get good days and bad days, and Kevin there knocking on Riaz's door on the outside of the corner. Riaz, no fight there. I'm not too sure 2 laps more in this car is going to work. But let's ride on board with Dasun. Dasun not catching Seshan at the moment. Seshan now pulling away. Brilliant drive from the boy. I think he's timed he's managed his fuel perfectly. A DNF for Imdad, a DNF for Thiago. They will have to start at the back of the pack on the reverse grid. It'll be a bit of a session there. Dasun not really catching. I can see the lap times are dropping. We're on the final lap. Hard braking, first gear. Got to be really careful when you throttle out of this one. Any kind of snaking, you'll see what happened in the first lap. Quite a few of the drivers having spun all by themselves. And our next one is the qualifying for the RAH1, and that the RAH1 starts at 11 o'clock Sri Lanka time. We are going to go directly in from the end of the pro race into the qualifying of the RAH. The drivers not really having much of a gap, but Angelo Senratna, the man of the hour, has got the fastest lap of the day. Amazing drive by him. Riaz again having dropped to 4th. Has he gone into the pits? Yes. Oh no, he hasn't, Sam. He hasn't. He's really going out on a limb on this one. His fuel, my heart bleeds for poor Riaz. I hope he's got this one in the bucket. There, he's not even throttling the thing downhill. He's letting the car go almost on neutral there. That's what you and I are doing currently in our road cars. You can see he's not even throttling. He's just letting the car go downhill on its own. He's not even throttling it. He gives it a little bit of throttle now. He's got a little bit more to go. Brian Pereira is not catching him at the moment. I don't know what exactly he's doing, as we'll ride on board with Seshan as Seshan comes into the last corner there. Hard braking into the first gear, snakes the car there, and Seshan's fuel light blinking away. Oh, that was close. That was absolutely close. Flashes his lights. Dasun Ranatunga coming in second. Great driving by these guys. Kevin Pereira in third place. Brian has managed to take. I think Riaz managed to go there. Brian in fourth. I think Riaz's car ran out of fuel. Riaz's car Riaz's car has run out of fuel on the line. That is a great drive by Riaz. And he's managed to come this car, and Rise is in last place. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We will come back to you shortly.
(1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, to watch the AM Race 1, and as you can see, rain has descended upon the hills of Spa-Francorchamps. This is a very common occurrence in Formula 1 as well. The weather is absolutely fickle. One moment you have bright sunshine and suddenly rain showers do come across the mountains. Right across from Spa is Austria again, which has really bad weather, and the driver is snaking around here. As we can see, Mahilal Piris was there earlier and he's still there from what I can see. That's Kushan. No, it's Mahilal is on top of Sam. It shows us Mahilal, but anyway, Mahilal is not a part of the whole on here today, as he had a problem with his internet as well, just as much as as much as Imdad and Thiago had in the pro race. Adam there, keeping the car in a straight line. Branding as we race as one. I'm wondering where that came from, because Imdad, Adam is a firm follower of Formula 1. As you can see, they're all having enough and more problems keeping the cars in a straight line. 7 minutes into the qualifying, Randika is there. Inuk Madhumarachi is running his favorite Porsche. Taman Pereira again in another Porsche, trying very hard. Sachetana again snaking around. This is going to be extremely interesting to see what's happening here. Rukshan Patirana in 4th at the moment. Pansilu Abevikrama is in 3rd. Tamindra Veeravardhana, and he goes right royally off. And Kushan Piris is there as well. Kushan leading the pack today, and he will be one of the first drivers to set a competitive time, as he will ride on board with Kushan, our championship leader, I think, at the moment. Kushan beautifully getting the car nicely appointed, nicely lined on, beautiful drift there, gets the power down, ideal, and you can see he lines the car so well into the apex. In fact, in spite of the fact that there's quite a bit of rain on the circuit and the cars are sliding around quite a lot. So Mevan Vikramasinghe from Kandy leads the championship by 98 points. Adam Junaid 96 in 2nd, very small margin. Kushan Piris 84 in 3rd. Mahilal Piris and Shane Darren in 4th joint. Ashan Silva in 6th. Randika Randika Veeravarnakula is in 8th. Inuk Madhumarachi is in 9th. Pansilu Abevikrama is in 10th. Sachetana Patrana is in 11th. Sam Smith in 12th. Rukshan Patrana in 13th. Taman Pereira in 14th. Lalit Sedara in 15th. Sam, we are missing Sam Smith today. What happened? And we are also missing Shane Darren as well, and Ashan Silva. Ashan said Shane is there, is it? Oh, okay, I didn't see Shane. What name does Shane come under? Didn't see Shane. No, Shane. Shane is there. Yes, Shane is there. There's another very good driver. I watched him drive the other day, and it's quite good. Sam is the one who's missing, and Ashan is missing. Ashan is missing. Ashan told me he's really busy this weekend. I had a chat with him a couple of days ago or something else. Ashan will take part in the fastest mini in the world championship. Great stuff by him. And Adam doing a right royal drift around that corner. Everybody now suffering around this circuit as Kushan Peris is on pole. Tamindra Veeravardhana is in second. Mevan Vikramasinghe, our championship leader, is in third. Sachetana Patrana is in fourth. Randika in sixth. Taman Pereira in a very, very competitive sixth. Rukshan Patirana in seventh. Pansilu Abevikrama is in eighth. Inuk Madhumarachi is in ninth. Adam is in 10th. I think they haven't done, okay, I'm told they haven't done their laps. Okay, so the qualifying times are now just rolling in. Mevan Vikramasinghe has done his fourth. Sachetana is in fifth. Saman in sixth. And Rukshan Patirana in seventh. Adam has qualified a little high up on the grid. So Adam is fifth. Mevan is fourth. Tamindra is third. Randika is second, and Kushan Peris is leading the pack. It's going to be an interesting race as the rain goats have descended upon Spa. It will be very interesting to see how these guys snake along. I'm not too sure how many laps this race is. So it's a 10-lap race, Sam tells me. And we are 2 minutes into the remaining time. As you can see, Randika is about 2.5 seconds away from Kushan. That's a long gap away from Kushan. Kushan is carrying a penalty, but he's already got that time, Sam. He's already achieved the time in a previous lap of 2 minutes 51. So it's up to the other guys to better it. At the moment, Randika is not really making it up. He's done a fastest of 1.3 quicker than what he was. Kushan trying his level best to get past Randika, but not really making it. Randika trying his level best to keep the car in a straight line. You can see that Kushan is very much faster in this area. These two cars, I'm wondering, they're branded pretty much similarly. Are they running a team or something? And Randika is very slow there as Kushan trying to get the better of him. And yes, he gets over that penalty. Randika there, I think Randika will better his time, but he won't match Kushan. Let's watch how Randika does this. Randika has got, yes, Randika is only 2/10 away from Kushan. Pretty well done. Now I'm wondering whether Randika can get this done properly as Kushan manages to go all the way around him, and I think it doesn't really work. I'm not too sure what Kushan was trying to do, but Kushan goes completely off. Randika coming up. Now Rouge, it's a very fast left-right, and we still have the drivers in a qualifying run. Inuk has managed to qualify 5th in the rain. Adam is 6th, Mevan 4th, Tamindra 3rd. So Adam now has set a qualifying time again, and he's come 4th. Inuk is 6th, Mevan is 5th, Sachetana is 7th, Taman is 8th, Rukshan is 9th, Pansilu is 10th, and Shane Darren a lonely last place. I'm not really sure what exactly happened. Kushan is all over the place there. Very agricultural moment by Kushan. Randika is still in front. Shane Darren has now done a qualifying timing and he's 7th up on the grid. So one by one, the lap on the leaderboard is changing as Kushan still leads the pack. Randika is getting caught with a little bit of traffic here. Oh, Randika going very wide. And a driver there keeping the car really sideways there. Beautiful drift. And Mevan gets it all in a knot. As Randika says, thank you very much, and passes him there. I'm wondering whether Randika can keep it nice and clean. Kushan is still far away. Randika can keep it clean and get pole on this one. The Seat branded car here. Kushan is trying all what he can. Not really working for him. I keep my eyes peeled on Randika to find out. No, Randika is way off the line there. He's way off pace. He's 1.6 seconds off pace. So Randika is not going to be challenging Kushan for any kind of pole there. 251.566 is pole, and we need to see exactly where we stand today. Tamindra Veeravardhana, another brilliant driver, nicely branded car. Tamindra braking really late, car snaking around. Nicely done, touches the apex there. Lap 57 beautifully there on the side of the car. As you can see, the J Homes branding also on the car. House of class as well. As Tamindra comes now, he's not bettered his timing. Adam Junaid, where is Adam? Adam is all the way down, but he's done a very good 4th place. He's 9 seconds off, so he's had a bit of a moment as well. In this kind of weather, it's anybody's game. Anybody's game. So we go straight in from qualifying right into the race. Everybody nicely getting their cars lined up and ready. Not too sure how this is going to pan out, but all good today. As Rukshan Patrana also does a qualifying run, but the man of the hour is Inuk Madhumarachi, has got pole at 2:51, 2:48. When I was out thinking everything has gone and done and dusted, Inuk pulls a flyer out of the absolute rabbit out of the bag. Inuk, Mr. Rain Man here, and he's got pole to start the race, and that is a phenomenal drive by little Inuk Madhumarachi. Amazing run by Inuk, and he's 3/10 quicker than Kushan. So Inuk has found some kind of magic in this. Now, getting pole is one thing, retaining the race and the corner into the first few laps is amazing. So there you have it. We're going straight away into race 1. We are running 15 minutes late. We'll try to catch this up down the line, but as we wait for starters orders, the marshal at the back waves his flag saying all clear. Cars are lined up, 11 cars. Inuk Madhumarachi, Kushan Peris, Randika, Tamindra Veeravardhana, Adam Junaid, Mevan Vikramasinghe, Rukshan Patirana, Shane Darren, and I can't read the other names, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, they're all there. It's Spa, Francorchamps, and the Dutch Grand Prix. The weather has come down, it's raining, and we thank our sponsors. They're off. Inuk Madhumarachi doesn't get off very well, too much of wheel spin. He cooks it there. Kushan, Randika gets into the lead there. Brilliant drive. Kushan tries to duck down the inside, didn't really work. Inuk goes all the way from 1 down to 4. You have to really be on the limit on the gas, as Tamindra Veeravardhana there manages to get the better of everybody. Kushan Peris leads the pack. Tamindra in second, Randika in second, and Tamindra in third, Inuk in fourth. They're all bunched up. Inuk in third now. Inuk challenging Tamindra Veeravardhana. I'm telling you, this boy Inuk, he's found some kind of magic in the rain. Michael Schumacher's stunt there. He got pole. He didn't have that little knowledge to understand the start. He had way too much wheel spin. The car was in one place, but in the process, our leader Kushan Peris is scampering away. And that's a brilliant drive by Kushan, Tamindra and Rukshan there getting his little car in a twist. Oh, that was unfortunate there. Randika slid into Inuk on the outside. These things do happen. Inuk has to recover from that. Wasn't intentional, was a racing incident. Both braked a little too early, and in the process, Kushan Piris is running away with this one. Nice drive there by Kushan. Tamindra, I don't think anybody will go in for fuel stop in this one. They might be able to run the whole.
They're running all pushes.
They don't really need try to get the fueling mechanism here. Yes, we can see them now. As you can see, Kushan is far away, and Kushan has made a mistake somewhere. And he's been caught up by Tamindra. Tamindra is pretty much close up on come all the way up very close to Kushan. Kushan now managing to get away again, but Kushan, Tamindra, Randika are running away with this one, and Inuk, having made that disastrous start, having lost a bit of a placing thanks to Randika sliding into Inuk, is now third. Inuk is sliding. Oh, that was unfortunate. Inuk was driving so well. That went wrong there. You have to be extremely throttle happy. If you are going to do this, you're going to be throttle happy is not going to work here. You will need to have what you call controlled aggression around this circuit. The organizers have decided to run this in the rain to give these drivers a chance to drive in both conditions. So Adam Junaid, slow and steady, he's now third. He's one of the few drivers who's running a totally different car, a Supra, if I'm made to understand. And Adam is now third. He's way down in 3 seconds off pace. But what happened to Randika? Randika has gone off, I'm sure, and he's on a charge up the hill as well. But the gap now very evenly spread between 1, 2 and 3. Kushan Piris from Kamindra Veeravardhana to Adam Junaid, and Randika is 2 seconds away from Adam. Sachetana is there as well. So if you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and up to 6 cars are spread out pretty much evenly. Two laps into the race. Long race for some of these boys. Randika still not making an impression. Inuk has managed to come into 6th, and he's going to be tapping on the door of Sachetana. I'm sure Inuk is having a ball of a time here. He's about 3 seconds off pace, but the gap, from what I see, is reducing. Inuk needs to learn to throttle out of corners with a little more finesse. He's a little too happy on the throttle, and that's what caused him to spin at the start. Too much wheel spin at the start, as well as go off on that corner, the chicane. So there you see car number 3. Adam Junaid has had a moment, and he has spun out there, and he's dropped a couple of places. Inuk has now caught Adam. Adam is now still trying to get his bearings on this one. Inuk all the way down there on the inside of Adam. He's going to take Adam. Not too sure on this one. Yes, Inuk is on the right line there. Inuk takes Adam. No, not yet. Oh, that was a bad one. Adam again all on his own. That was sad. And Inuk too has gone off a little. So Shane Darren all the way from the back has now come into 5th. This weather, damn, the weather has caused so much of change in this whole race. And Shane Darren, slow as it comes, very nicely done. Sachetana has gone off as well, and Shane Darren has come from the back up to 4th. There you see it. Amazing drive by all these guys, but 1, 2 and 3 are managing to hold steady, and rain hasn't really helped some of these guys, but you have to give it to them. They're trying.
But it's a good experience for these guys to live condition. They'll get to know exactly what strategy is going to be. Because Thai is very important. I mean, can't exactly be running the fix right now. They need to straight on running.
So Sam, do they have a choice?
Have a choice.
They can decide whether to run on slicks or rain tires. I wouldn't drive on slicks if I were anybody here. I wouldn't drive on slicks. But having said that, Randika is just 4 seconds away from Tamindra. But Kushan Pires, man of the hour, he has done 3 laps and he is a full 10 seconds faster than anybody else. Kushan Pires on lap 2 done a 2:47 compared to 2:54. So that means he's gained 5 seconds in that last lap alone. Tamindra may have made a mistake somewhere, but Kushan 5-second gap only on the last lap means he's 10 seconds. He's pulling 5 seconds a lap from everybody else. That's also Kushan driving a Fanatec steering wheel. Got a bit of a penalty there, but that's okay. He's still gaining a second per sector there. They gained another second there in that sector. He's really on a roll here. He's nursing that throttle there. Randika nursing that throttle. He's very, very cautious. I think the traction control is on as well.
It is on.
The traction control is on. Let's see if Kushan has traction control. No, he doesn't have traction control. He's on, but it's very slight, I think, because oh, that was a moment. Kushan trying to lose that penalty. Doesn't really need it. He got another penalty of 1 second for going off and hammering the barriers. These marshals in Netherlands not really happy when you go hit their barriers, as he brakes hard and tries to lose 1.5 seconds. He's got enough time, can do that. He doesn't want to get to the next lap with a penalty. Tamindra Veeravardhana, there you see it, nicely brakes early, goes a little too wide, loses it, and Randika completely getting it all wrong. Yet for all, Shane Darren slowly inching his way. Adam Junaid now has brought the gap down to 3 seconds to Shane Darren. Whoa, Inuk coming on the inside there. What happened? Did that take out Sachetana? Not too sure what happened. Sachetana still trying to recover from that one. Inuk now in 5th place. Inuk is 2.5 seconds away from Adam. Adam 3.5 seconds away from Shane Darren. And Shane Darren 7 seconds away from Randika. Tamindra 4 seconds away from Randika ahead of him. And Kushan Pires 11.7 seconds away from everybody else. So let's not forget Rukshan Patirana. He's at the back, but he's trying his darnest here. Beautifully branded car again, just like the Sri Lankan cricket colours. I think all these guys a tribute to the Sri Lankan cricket team, and runs a bit wide there. He might get a penalty, might not, he might escape on that. Saman Pereira, Mr. Target Man himself, Saman the man, fathered 3 brilliant children, Brian, Kevin and Mevan, who running in the pro class, and Saman the father. All credit to Saman for having taken part in this championship. I'm sure he's having a ball of a time. I'd love to do this as well. Unfortunately, I have to sit behind the mic. But amazing driving by Saman as well. So Pansilu as well, running the J Holmes, beautiful car, pink as ever, pit pass at the back, J Holmes on the sign on the side, House of Glass and lap 57 as well, and the big Cmsc in front. Beautiful, whatever said and done, 100 out of 100 for the branding on that car. Mevan Vikramasinghe, I'm very sorry to say, Mevan has not held it up together today. Mevan having all kinds of problems in the rain. He's not a rain driver, clearly from what you can see. He's trying, he's got hold of Sachetana and he's overtaken him. And Sachetana trying to come around the outside there. Sachetana not really making it. Mevan trying it, holding it, and that was nicely done by them. Both, oh! Sachetana saw Mevan going off and he nearly went off with him, but Mevan managed to hold it and Sachetana went off there. Unfortunate. And there you see Inuk in 5th, Adam in 4th. Adam is now being caught by Inuk. Inuk there in 5th, Adam in 4th, and Shane in 6th. So 3, 4 and 5 might come in for a bit of a fight here, and we hope that they keep it all clean and the rain helps them. Randika all by himself, Tamindra all by themselves, so we'll ride on board with Adam and Inuk and Shane. These 3 guys. Oh, Shane running a wide again, Adam having a penalty, and Shane goes off there. Shane goes off. Actually, Shane went off a little earlier, and that caused him to go from one end of the road to the other, and that gave Mevan an elevated placing. Mevan is now into 6th place, Shane unfortunately into 8th. Inuk not making any progress on Adam as he breaks late, but don't forget that Adam is carrying a penalty of 0.8. And we watch this corner. This corner is a tough one as everybody comes and snakes around a bit. And Adam Junaid now going up to the Keppel Straight, taking that car. He's lost the penalty. That's good because he won't carry anything from there onwards. But Inuk has lost a bucket of time as well. I think he's gone off. Yes, he's gone off. Guys, I don't know what they're up to, but Inuk was running it beautifully up to that point, and Mevan says thank you very much. And just when I was saying Mevan was not making much progress, Mevan manages to get 5th, Sachetana gets 6th, and Inuk drops again all the way down to 7th. So it's been a bit of a seesaw battle from pole all the way down and up and down again for Inuk. Sachetana again getting it very, very sideways there. That's not the way to do this around this circuit, boy. You're going to lose a bucket of time. Inuk is catching it. Inuk, whatever said and done here, he's having a ball of a time today. And overtaking is prohibited as somebody has gone off. I think it may be Adam. Yes, it's Adam who's gone off there. And Mevan gets 4th place. Our championship leader, all the way from the bottom, comes 4th. Adam has gone down to 7th. This is not easy stuff for these guys. And I'm wondering what's going on here. Can Randika has slowed down. I think he's gone off as well somewhere. Randika is very, very slow. Something has happened to Randika. Randika has gone for a phone call or something. Something's gone wrong. Randika is driving really, really slowly. He's at 97, 98, and he's being caught by the entire pack. Mevan Vikramasinghe is now in. Yeah, he's just. Randika is. Randika, I don't know what's happening with these guys. Something's gone wrong. Randika is driving pretty slowly. I'm wondering whether the rain has increased, because these guys are finding it even more difficult to drive now. And Mevan goes around the outside. Might not work. It didn't work for him there. Sam, what's going on here?
These guys are finding it very difficult.
Oh, again, Mevan,
tricky.
very tricky. You're like walking on eggshells here. The traction has seriously gone down. They're braking very early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are all now in a train. I think Tamindra is all by himself, 20 seconds away from Kushan. Yes, and Randika is 18 seconds away from Tamindra. So there's a 40-second gap to the 3rd person. Mevan running really wide. Sachetana managing to take 4th place.
Or maybe the rain is coming down again a little bit
It
hard.
may
If
be
you
coming
can see,
down.
on the track you can see
A lot more water. Yes,
Yeah.
and Adam has gone into the pits. I'm not too sure why. I think his fuel. Again, someone has gone into the pits as well. So this was not a no-stop strategy. You had to do a pit stop at some point of time. I wouldn't have gone into the pits so early, but I can see Kushan is coasting for a no-stop race. So is Randika. Randika and Kushan are both on the same strategy, same amount of fuel, so they may not need to come in for a pit stop. Sachetana is also on the same strategy. Mevan is also on the similar strategy. Inuk is also on a similar strategy. These guys are all running maybe a no stop or a one stop. One stop being very rare. I think Adam and someone have already gone into their one stop for their tire, for their fuel. As you can see, Shane and Adam are in the back. They're just catching these guys. So Sachetana and Randika. We'll ride on board with Sachetana and Randika. Amazing driving by these guys. Sachetana has now got third, Randika is fourth, Inuk is coming to fifth, and Mevan is in sixth. So Inuk, whatever said and done, has managed to keep that place. He's fighting all the way up again. That is great stuff, because from what I see, Inuk has the pace. He's just a little raggeder on this circuit, and he doesn't keep the car. It's all about the throttling for him. He's making mistakes on the throttling. So Randika and Sachetana both have gone off. Oh man, Randika and Sachetana both have gone off, and that has elevated Inuk into fifth. This boy from somewhere manages to catch hold of a spot and gets it there. So there you see Inuk. If Inuk can keep this thing together, he can manage to get a third place. These guys, oh, I spoke too soon. Inuk goes way too fast. Something is wrong somewhere. As Inuk, I don't know whether Inuk is pitching or what's happening, because we're having cars running all over the place. 1, 2, 3 are okay. Inuk is in fourth. We did see cars going off, and there's, oh no, and that's Randika having gone off. And Randika is 19th. He's got a major penalty there. And Sachetana is now in fourth. Inuk is in third. And Randika is in fifth. Mevan has gone down to sixth again. I'm sure these guys are cursing this rain now. There are 3 laps more to go, and in these 3 laps we've got Kushan, who leads Tamindra by a whole bucket load of time. Inuk has gone off again, and he's getting back on circuit, but I'm wondering where Sachetana is. And Inuk is still in third, Sachetana is in fourth. There's quite a bit of water on the circuit from what I see. Our live stream also tends to suddenly go faster and slower. I'm sure it's got nothing to do with the game. As Inuk beautifully maneuvers himself, we ride back on board with Kushan. An absolutely lonely race for Kushan, as Kushan now goes past start finish straight. 7th lap done, 8th lap now starting. 25-second lead. Kushan Pir is a man of the hour, all by himself. Tamindra Veeravardhana 20 seconds away from Inuk. He's kept it nice and neat, hasn't got pressured at any point of time. Kushan Pir is now getting the fastest time of 2:47.982. Tamindra nicely snaking this car, and Inuk actually increasing the gap to Sachetana. There you see it. Sachetana now coming. Oh, he's got a moment again. Sachetana having a moment again, and he's straightened the car back again. And Mevan, I'm not too sure. Yes, Mevan is catching Sachetana again now. These guys are having a really bad time on this one. And Mevan Vikramasinghe now comes into fourth. Amazing drive by all these guys. They're snaking around the circuit. It reminds me of Spa from 1996 when it rained down and these cars, Formula Ones, didn't have any kind of traction control, and they were doing the same thing in the first. The car was it was like a four-way drift for most of these cars. So where we go, and Inuk, come on Inuk, this is the way, not the way you do it. It's really bad weather. Fortunately, Inuk has 24 seconds gap to everybody else, but you need to keep it nice and clean, as Kushan and Tamindra will show you. They are driving brilliantly, keeping that gap. They're not really pushing it. Kushan not really giving it all he has. He's got 2 laps or 3 laps more to go. He's making sure that he doesn't make any stupid mistakes. He's keeping it nice and clean. Tamindra and Kushan. Inuk is now 6 seconds ahead of Mevan, and Mevan seems to have gone down as well. So there you go. Let's watch these 3 guys. These 3 guys are now fighting tooth and nail. Nail these 3 guys. Mevan, Sachetana and Randika. Let's see who's going to wilt under pressure first. As we ride on board with Sachetana going all the way around the outside. It's not going to work there, boy. Just be careful. Don't slide out. Sachetana nicely keeping it nice and neat. Randika there on the inside. Randika managing to keep it on the cleaner side of the circuit, but not really making it stick there. I hope, yes, Randika is holding it, but Sachetana runs really wide there, and Sachetana manages to fight fight that one there, and Mevan trying very hard to get the better of these guys. The gap to Inuk has now gone to 7.5 seconds, and anything can happen. Oh, that was unfortunate. That was absolutely unfortunate. Mevan drove into the back of Randika there, and that was really unfortunate. I'm wondering whether the stewards will have a look at that one, and I'm sure Sam Race Control will inform the drivers if to send any videos that the drivers may have. If they have anything that they want to discuss. There you see the drivers, 2 laps more to go. All these drivers now keeping the cars pretty much straight, and where we see Tamindra has come into the pits. Has something really gone wrong with the time? Oh no, I think Inuk has made a mistake and has missed the pit lane, and he's doing another lap. He's not going to hold. He's going to run out of fuel on this lap. That was a bit of a mistake. Kushan is now coasting with a minute to go. He's going to be running this car, coasting this car all the way without a pit stop for 2 laps. Inuk is 3rd. I think he's going to run out of fuel very soon. That is unfortunate because Inuk may not be able to survive this lap with the fuel he has. He should have come in alongside that previous lap and got a bit of a splash and dash, as I call it. But Inuk is holding throttle on that straight. Sam?
He's got 2 more laps to go, but it's a huge gamble for him.
He might not last the lap by the way he's throttling it. Anyway, he's a man with a plan. Kamindra has fueled in just enough to finish this race. Kushan is going to be coasting because he's got a lot of time between himself and Tamindra. Inuk, I'm not too sure that his strategy paid off for him, because Inuk is on fumes and Sachetana may manage to go up to the finish. Mevan, on the other hand, has enough fuel, but Inuk, unfortunately, Inuk is not going to make it in 3rd place for sure, because he's running out of fuel. He's got no on fumes, I guess, at the moment. Light flashing all the way for him, but that's unfortunate because this was a brilliant race for him. If he just came into the pits a lap ahead, he would not have to short shift, but from what I see, he's not short shifting. He's holding it on. His throttle is flat down. Now he's going gentle, and I don't see him shifting at the normal He's throttled it there, and I think he's got a lot of traction on this car because there's no the RPM gauge is not even coming up. He's just holding it there, and he's keeping the car in line. That is fine. Got the apexers there, but he's not giving up on the throttle as well. Damn, he's brilliant. He's really pushing this car. I would be scared. Maybe he's done the maths right. He's only got, oh wow, he's got only another corner to go. He's only got another corner to go, and I hope and pray he brakes hard, keeps the car to the right side, and goes into the pits. He has to go into the pits here. Yeah, there you see. Oh, yes, he's in the pits. Sachetana has managed to run this without a pit stop. He's timed it so well. He's only got 2% of fuel in that car. I mean, if he did manage to conserve his fuel a little bit more, he might have been able to hold it just like Kushan has. But Kushan too is running on fumes. I hope it pays for him because Tamindra has got enough fuel to run this thing to the edge, and Kushan has to do a lap and a bit more to make sure that he finishes this race. But realistically, Kushan can come into the pits now, have a pit stop, and get out there. And I hope and pray that sanity does prevail, and he does that because he's got a chance that he might run out of fuel. So we'll ride on board with Kushan just to see what exactly is. I mean, Randika has gone into the pits. Adam's early pit stop has paid off because he's come in 5th. Mevan may have to come into the pits as well. Not too sure. Let me see. Mevan, no, he's okay. Mevan is okay. Adam again. Adam has run out of fuel, or Adam is running on fumes again. I'm not too sure because lap number 10, he's got to do lap number 11 as well. So we'll go back with Kushan. Kushan coming in, brakes very early, loses that penalty, got a lap more to go, and he's not coming into the pits. Sam, he's not coming into the pits. I think he's made a mistake. He thinks it's a 10 lap race, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it wrong. I thought it was 11 laps. So he's good. Ramindra is 2nd. My heart sank for Kushan there. I thought it was an 11 lap race like the pro race. So there you go. Tamindra comes in 2nd. As well. Trying to. Sachetana is Tamindra is 2nd, Sachetana 3rd, Mevan is 4th. Guys are so far away, got to wait a country mile before they come in. Tamindra there in 2nd. Yes, he's now coming in. This race has such a huge gap. Stan could have come in, had a cup of tea in the pits and gone out, and he'd have still led the race. There you see Tamindra just about trying to make it up to the. Whether he's run out of fuel. Just about made it there. Sachetana, same thing. Flashing his lights as just gets across the line as well. All these guys are on first gear, means that they've just got a little bit of fuel. Adam Junaid in 5th, Inuk in 6th, Shane Dallin in 7th. There you have it. We'll be back with you, ladies and gentlemen, at the pro race.
In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. In 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for race 2 at Spa for the pro race of round 4 of the Ceylon Motorsports Club Race at Home Championship. Cars are under starters orders. We've got 10 cars, if I'm not mistaken, all CT Sun GTRs, and the lights are just about to go off. And you find the guys going all over the countryside. We've got Riaz Hafrat leading, Angelo Senratna leads, Mevan Pereira, Kevin Pereira, and got Emdad Hussain, who's left the room. I think there's been some kind of a glitch there. But from last place up to third is Thiago. he was leading the race, race 1 when his internet connection got the better of him. But right now we've got Riaz being chased by Angelo, and Thiago right on the tail of Angelo. So that goes to show the guys in the back managed to somehow jump, and there he's got the better of Angelo as well. He'll now be chasing Riaz Hafrat. Clearly the boy had the speed in the first race, and the internet gave him a hard time. Brilliant start by Thiago and Brian. I must say, Brian was somewhere in the middle of the order. It's Seshan, unfortunately, who started 7th. I think he's still 7th. The boy does have a bit of issue getting the start. And there you see Thiago now ahead of Angelo. Brian on the tail of, right on the tail of Angelo. So there you see it, Angelo making that car run all the way wide, but unfortunately Brian has a penalty which he's carrying with him, and Angelo trying to get the better of Thiago on that long left-hander there, coming into the chicane, late braking by everybody. Brian losing the penalty that he had is now going to be coming very close. Angelo running the car a little too wide, and that would have compromised his exit speed there, giving a little bit of a breather to Thiago. Yes, there you see it, Angelo now having Brian on his tail, and right behind Brian is Rise, Mevan, Seshan and Kevin. So there you see these guys Thiago is on a roll now running to catch Riaz. And Riaz is also another guy who's a tough contender. Angelo, let's watch Angelo. Angelo and Brian on the outside. Angelo on the inside. Angelo, no, he doesn't. That doesn't really stick there. Poor Angelo. I feel sorry for him. He tried his darnest to keep that car on the right side of the circuit, but Brian went all the way around. And Rise in fourth is also pretty strong today, Sam. Rise is driving a very strong race as Riaz manages to clock the fastest time of the day, 2.09. I'm not too sure what the fastest time in race 1 was. We don't have the details with us right here, but Angelo is trying to hang on to Brian's tail. Thiago has now caught up with Riaz, and Riaz now on having Thiago's gold color GTR on his tail. So fastest lap so far has still been kept by is held by Riaz Hafrat, 209.5612. As you can see, Thiago takes the inside line, takes the outside line, tries to go off, trying different lines there. Riaz blocking him unmercifully there, not going to hold on for much longer. Thiago taking a totally different line there. He's going to come out on a switchback. Yes, that switchback is the only way around, as Riaz manages to hold outside. Thiago now running almost parallel there. And if you look at the other two, 1, 2, 3, 4, Thiago dives on the inside there, takes the place from Riaz. We missed that there. That was a beautiful overtake. He didn't see that one coming. Riaz blocked the outside, and last minute Thiago took him on the inside, and Riaz now trying to hold on to Brian. And this Keppel straight, a very long one, and you get a brilliant toe on this one, Sam. The guy who is in front is a serious disadvantage. Unfortunately, Riaz is not far back enough, and Riaz trying his level best there, holds Brian back. From here onwards, it's a little tough to overtake. It's very technical, the next few corners, down Boucher and into the next few corners. I think Riaz now got into a bit of a rhythm again. He's now challenging Thiago. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 are very much in the same frame. Angelo Senratne hanging on to the tail there of Brian Pereira. Runs it absolutely wide. Doesn't really make it. Where is Seshan Gunasekara? What happened to little Seshan? Seshan is last. How come? What happened? I'm very surprised with Seshan. Seshan drove an absolutely phenomenal race in race 1. Has not really got into the rhythm in race 2. The top runners now extremely quick. Riaz managing to scamper away from Brian and challenge Thiago. Thiago also making sure the car is as wide as it possibly can. You can see him there turning that wheel into the corners and not pushing it too much. His tire wear is still in the same format as it was. Seshan Gunasekara is a lonely 11 seconds away from everybody else. I think he may be driving a different strategy on the fuel, but let's wait and see. As we see 1, 2, 3 and 4, Thiago, Riaz, Brian and Angelo. Let's watch the fuel content. Riaz has a little less fuel, Brian is on the same fuel, and Angelo. So 1, 2, 3, 4, all these guys are using the same amount of fuel, except for Riaz, who has used up a little bit more. Raizuim coming into the party as well, followed by Kevin and the Sun Ranatunga and Mewang. So these 4 guys are also there. Oh, that's not very good. Dalian, it's a tough one there. They're not going to make it in parallel format. And Rise not allowing Kevin Pereira there. That was a bit of a moment. These guys need to be told that contact is not acceptable. And they have to keep racing clean. There was a bit of contact there, but now it's all good. Kevin got past Rise in a very clean overtake there, and these guys all running this thing. So let's have a look. Brian has overtaken Riaz there, and is now going to be chasing Thiago. Brian has got the better of Riaz. We are 4 laps out of 11. These guys are now on a roll. Wait to see at what point they're going to blink for a fuel stop. Angelo in 4th there, and Riaz hassling Bran there at every point of time, hassling him, not allowing Bran to get away from him, and running 4 wheels off there as well. Riaz Hafrat on fire this weekend. This track, this car seems to be Riaz Hafrat's personal property. He's made it there. He's right on Bran's tail. I feel sorry for Bran, because Bran, this whole fight with Riaz is slowing Bran and allowing Thiago to have a little bit of stretch his legs, and there Riaz goes through there. Perfect overtake there, textbook overtake, and Angelo has nowhere. Oh, come on Riaz, keep it clean. Not clean in an accident format, but clean on the throttle. You nearly went off there, but a beautiful drive there by Riaz, Angelo and Bran. These 3 guys driving phenomenally well, tussling for points. Thiago having a 3.2 second lead in the process. He's there with his pink color suit, My Little Pony and Me suit that he normally wears. Riaz there. Now let's see. Come on Riaz, keep it together there, boy. Angelo trying to go on the outside. Angelo, you shouldn't do that. Get the draft from Riaz by following him. Running parallel is not going to help. Riaz is going to go into that corner because he had the drive. Oh, that was unfortunate. Nice drive by Angelo. That ran Riaz a little too wide. In the process, I'm telling you, all these 3 guys are going to be burning their tires and their fuel. Oh no, Angelo, that was unfortunate. I'm sure the stewards are going to have a look at that one. Was there contact? Was there contact there? I'm not too sure what happened there. That was unfortunate. Angelo's gone from 2nd all the way down to 8th. We'll have to check and see what happened. And Bran is now trying his darnest there to catch hold of Thiago. Thiago's 4.1 seconds there, adrift. Riaz Hafrat is 6 seconds away from Thiago, but only 2.8 seconds away from Bran. But the younger brother Kevin is now on Riaz's tail. I knew the 3 of them fighting there, nothing good was going to come out of it apart from somebody going to blink and have some kind of an incident. So there you see it. Riaz Hafrat recording himself, having the branding of lap 57, J Holmes, House of Glass, and Pit Pass, all branding on these cars, along with the CMSC logo on the car as well. So we'll ride on board with Bran. Bran is not making much of an impression on Thiago. Thiago is now leading this by 4.1 seconds. Thiago lost his first race because of a technical glitch on the internet, but race 2 he's managed to come from last place all the way up to to lead this race up to now. Brian Pereira 4.2 seconds away from Thiago. Now these guys are going to be on a fuel conservation mode because all 3 cars, 1, 2, 3, 4, are all about on the same fuel, and they're all making sure that they don't burn too much fuel. They're short shifting on this one. Seshan Gunasekara, what on earth happened to little Seshan? He's last. Sam?
We'll have to go and
No, but he's not making an impression and there's something radically wrong, Sam. He's not burnt any fuel. I'm wondering whether he is going to run this entire thing without a pit stop. But he still won't make it because he's 43 seconds away. 43 seconds, the others can come in and out, and still Seshan might come up, but I don't think he's going to make not a huge amount. He might make a couple of places up, but it's a totally different strategy on this one.
Did he get the math wrong?
I mean, he won the first race. How can you get the math wrong in the second race?
Can make it.
No, he didn't get any place at the start as well. Either something has gone wrong. His pedals were not working, or something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong because if you look at the boys driving, He's still 43 seconds. He's done a quickest lap of 2 minutes. Now driving on auto drive. His last lap is 2:44. He's not in his seat. Something's not right. So all these guys are now coming into the pits. We've got Thiago, we've got Price, we've got Brian, we've got Riaz. All these guys have come in for their pit stops. And while we were concentrating on Seshan, let's see exactly what's happening. Tires coming off, tires coming in. The fueling is being done. How much of fuel are we taking on at that point? Cars are out, new tires, fresh rubber, and Thiago is now 6 seconds away from Brian, 5.8, 6 seconds away. So that pit stop was actually in favor, but Seshan Gunasekara has come third. Seshan is third. I told you this boy had some other strategy behind it. He's not going to do a pit stop, and he's got adequate fuel to take on these guys. I'm wondering whether he has adequate fuel. Yes, Brian has a lot more fuel than everybody else, but Seshan has enough fuel, but Brian has enough fuel as well. So this one was a good one. Right call. Strategy was right. He's come in third. He's managed to. He didn't have to overtake anybody on track and lose any time. He stayed away from all the issues. Let everybody go. No pit stop, and he'll go through. And his tires are pretty decent. They're pretty new. They're quite good. They're very well conserved. I mean, you have to be credit. He's 10 years old. Imagine when he's 15 years old, what he's going to do. He's going to be a brilliant driver. Amazing drive by Seshan. Brian Pereira again. We were right on board with Mr. Target himself. He's had a bad middle stint because of having to fight with everybody. And Seshan won the first race, and he manages to keep the second race going. So all good there. The interesting thing would have been if Thiago managed to stay in the first race. He would have won that too, and that would have changed the entire combination or entire form of the points table of the championship.
Fortunately,
these things do happen. That's motorsport for you. We've all gone through this at some point of time. Thiago is looking as though he's pulling away from Brian. The gap has gone to 6 seconds now. Brian is a little about 6 seconds. It was 5 and a bit, and now it's gone up to 6. And you can see he's not really pushing the car, is not getting the full throttle there. He's on 6th. There's nothing more he can throttle. And again, Brian making a 10th there, but not really doing anything very significant. Seshan again is not driving the car to its maximum, in my opinion, because if you look at the lap time, Sam, the fastest Seshan has done is a 2:06.430. By now, he should be matching Thiago's time, right? And that's not really happening because Thiago's hasn't given us a lap time after his thing, but pit stop. But from what I feel, that the gap between Brian and Seshan is not really decreasing. So I'm wondering whether the boy has agreed or has decided, okay, a third place is good enough for me to win. So it's a brilliant strategy by the fellow. I'm sure the father sitting all the way in Bangladesh is giving him tips, telling him do this and do that. It's all good. Brilliant how things work. The young fella. And Thiago scampering away. He's got 3 laps more to go. He are looking good so far. I don't want to jinx it for him. Brian, again, also in a rhythm of his own, not really making any progress on either party. Seshan has dropped a little to 5.6 seconds. He's not really made it. And there's something radically wrong here because Riaz Hafrat is now coming down on Seshan. Riaz, after a pit stop, Riaz has the equal of no. Riaz has more fuel and better tires, and Riaz is gonna dive down Seshan's inside of 1 point. Come on, Riaz, keep it clean. Oh, beautifully done. Seshan just kept the door open, and Riaz went off. Riaz outbraked himself there. I thought Riaz had it in the bag. Clearly, Seshan knew what he was doing. Let him go. Open the door. Let him go. The guy went completely across and lost it there. And Riaz has to fight another day. And this straight, Riaz can catch him if he gets the draft. That I would have got a little closer right on Seshan's tail there and tried to get the toe, but clearly in the middle section, Riaz seems to be... No, he's not. He's losing there as well. But Riaz now has Kevin Pereira, and that's going to be another one. Even more from the frying pan to the fire, if you ask me. You wouldn't know whether he should be catching Seshan or defending Kevin. And poor Angelo, my heart bleeds for poor Angelo, because Angelo was running a strong race there. And again, Emdad Hussain, Emdad's connection got the better of him, and he glitched out in the first bit as well. Sam, we need to sort poor Emdad out, because he's a keen contender. Unfortunate that he's not really making much of an impression here. Connection. Not good otherwise. Brilliant driving by all these guys, whatever said and done. Damn, our streaming quality has improved drastically. Must say. Running a brilliant stream. I like watching. Stream quality is fantastic. I have to say, streaming is really good. The weather has been much better from what we had in the AM race. The poor guys were suffering. The sun came out again over the mountains, and we're back to a dry race. So Seshan Gunasekara again closing the door this time, but Riaz Afrat a little smarter on this one, manages to hold it together. Let's ride on board with Riaz. I'm not going to ride on board with Thiago or Brian, because there's quite a gap between these guys. But there's a good fight brewing between Seshan and Riaz. Riaz, as we know him, Dr. Riaz, he's an eye surgeon and a brilliant personality in general. Goes down the outside. Seshan manages to keep the door closed there, and Riaz is also a brilliant driver. I think Seshan finds it difficult to fight through the order. And there you go, beautiful move by Riaz on the outside there. Seshan, no bumping there, boy. Keep it clean, please. Nice. It's a nice move that both of you are pulling. Riaz also has to be told. Riaz also, no contact there. And in the process of this, Seshan losing a spot as well. Kevin as well has to be warned on this one. All three of them. There you go. Kevin knocks. Kevin bumps him off there. We have in race control a communication system with the drivers, and Sam immediately informs the drivers if there's anything that is happening. And Riaz there managing to get the better of these guys. The stewards will have a look at that bit. Riaz will have a look at the stewards will have a look at that lap 10 there. We'll have a look to see whether there was any kind of argy-bargy in this process. And Angelo Senaratne has come all the way from the back, and I can see Angelo there now getting a place, that 6th place for Angelo. Unfortunate for him in that little melee in the middle that he lost a whole bunch of places. Seshan again for some reason has not really made it. Thiago led all the way from the start, I believe. Sam, was it start? Yeah. From no. I think about half. He overtook Riaz about half a lap down, but he started last into the first corner. He was third. He's now run out. He's running on very low on fuel. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. He's really kept this car on the circuit. Brian Pereira, man of the hour. He has managed to keep the car with perfect fuel, perfect tires. Thiago leads him by 5.7 seconds. He's got enough fuel to finish this, and all good, I think, for him. Unfortunate for the first race. If he got that, you'd have had the maximum points. Brian Pereira has got the fastest lap for the day as well right now. So all credit to Brian. Kevin has come third. Seshan is fourth. Angelo has come fifth. Riaz Hafrat, I don't know what happened. We'll have to watch this again, this replay, and find out what happened to Riaz. But Riaz seems to have dropped all the way to 8th. So there's been a bit of aji-baji in the middle of the pack when we went to have a look at what Brian and Thiago were doing. The race control has all the racers saved. Kevin is also running low on fuel. Brian has matched this thing perfectly. Thiago is coming into the last bit there, purpose driven at the back of his car. He's driven this very purposefully all the way there, started last, finishing first. Strong race for him as he weaves across the circuit, flashes his lights. I think he had a very unfortunate first race. Thiago there winning the race, Brian in second place. Brilliant drive by these guys. Came at the back, started Seshan Gunasekara. Oh boy, that was a bit of a... Angelo Senaratna comes third, ladies and gentlemen. Angelo Senaratna comes third. Kevin Pereira fourth. Seshan fifth. Bevan Pereira sixth. Raizuem seventh. Riaz Hafrat eighth. And Dasun Ranutunga comes in ninth. Amazing race. Congratulations to all our winners on this one. We'll be back with you shortly for the AM race, AM race 2.
(1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastora hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now, it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, Dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for race 2 of the AM race, the final for the day. Sun seems to have come out, lights out in a bit, and we will be racing at Spa-Francorchamps in dry conditions, unlike it was in the earlier one, where the rain gods decided to come out, and we've got a bit of a problem. I think we may have to restart. Got 3 drivers who are stuck on the grid, and that's unfortunate. We will have to restart, and we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. Give us 2 minutes to restart the lobby.
Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934) Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934) Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934) Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastota hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka, with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times, keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. (1934), Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagasthara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsport.
Back again for second time, as we had a bit of a problem with three drivers glitching in the first race. We're back again. Rukshan Patirana, Saman Pereira, Randika, Shane Vikramasinghe, Inuk Padumachi, Adam Junaid, Mevan Vikramasinghe, Satchetana Patirana. All these guys are in a reverse grid, and we have a car or two. They are stuck, and only one car this time. So the guys go down into the first corner. Adam Junaid running down the inside. There's been a bit of contact there, but stewards will look at it. Kushan Piris and Adam Junaid have come all the way from the back up to the front. So Kushan now being hounded by Adam, and Inuk Madhumachi running absolutely wide there, but managing to hold it together. Adam now on the inside of Kushan. Adam is going to outbrake him a little bit. No, that Fanatec steering wheel, the load set pedals giving the Kushan a little bit more feel into the corner, and poor Adam having to yield. But Inuk now coming into fourth. And what happened there? Rukshan Patirana ran it absolutely wide and handed it on a platter to Kushan and to Adam. Now Adam is again on Kushan's tail, but Kushan, I'm telling you, is also going to fight this one right to the end. Won't be an easy one, but Adam now getting into that rhythm, and we go down to the next bunch of drivers: Rukshan Patirana, Inuk Madhumarachi, and Tamindra Veernavarnakula. All the Tamindra is driving a Celica. Did he drive the same car in the first race? Tamindra? Not too sure. I can't really remember what he ran in the first race. But Tamindra, was that the car he ran in the first race? I can't remember what he ran, but anyway, we can check that out. We have the replays. Not too sure whether he knows that he can't run a different car. And there you have it, Inuk trying to have a look down the inside. And Inuk, we'll have to check and see what car he ran in the first race. There's been a bit of... Anyways, coming back to the race, Inuk and Rukshan. I know Rukshan having a bit of a moment there, and Inuk and Tamindra getting third and fourth, and that was nicely done by Tamindra. Poor Shane, I don't know what happened to him. He managed to he came along with Inuk, but Rukshan, who was in third, now has dropped down to sixth. So something happened there. It had a moment of loss of concentration. But we've got about three drivers who are driving different cars, and there you see it. You guys all getting penalties. Wide. Do run it wide. You're going to have a penalty coming your way. All these drivers making maximum of what they have. Interesting that Rukshan couldn't really make up space there. Adam Junaid, I'm sorry to say I missed this one, but Adam Junaid has now got to snatch the lead from Kushan Piris. We were watching the fight in the middle order, and we lost track of poor Adam. And Kushan, beautiful overtake on Adam. Adam is going to come back on that one. Adam didn't see that coming. But very, very clean racing from these two guys up to now. These drivers won. Very nicely done there, Kushan. And Adam J. Holmes running the Maxis branding on the side of his car. Dhammika Motors running the branding on Kushan's car. Tamindra Veeravardhana is in third place. Not too sure what has happened to Tamindra, but we've got Inuk Madhumarachi with a penalty, but chasing Tamindra. This track seems to be a firm favorite of most of these drivers because they're all running very, very well. They had a brilliant time driving here. Unfortunately, the first race there was quite a bit of rain, which none of us could help. Weather gods came down, and Sam Hinkender decided it's going to be raining there, and gave the drivers a very wet rain. And now a dry race has made it all the more interesting, as Adam Junaid runs that car absolutely wide and tries to get the drive out of the corner, but Kushan seems to have got the legs on Adam. 1 second gap between Adam and Kushan. Tamindra 3.5 seconds away from Adam, but Inuk seems to be closing. Inuk is just a second away. Inuk needs to make sure that he doesn't get more penalties, because that's what kills the advantage that you have. So we've got Mevan Vikramasinghe has left the room. I think he's had a problem with his router. That's sad, because Mevan was leading the championship coming into this weekend, and this is going to really mess up his weekend. It happened in the pro race to Thiago as well, and that's life. These things do happen. We are highly relevant on the internet, and if you don't have a strong one, you do have issues. It's like the real world racing. You can have a mechanical problem, and in this world you do have a problem with the internet. So you live to fight another day, as one would say. As Kushan Perez, flashing his lights, manages to keep that car just about a second ahead of Adam. So Adam also running the race. I think I've got the yeah, you have it. I have the settings to understand where the fuel of each person is. Adam has used a lot more fuel in his fight in keeping up with Kushan. Kushan managing to keep a little bit more fuel, the fuel burn being a little less. Tamindra is still 4 seconds adrift from Adam. Inuk has brought it down to 2 seconds, or he's at 2 seconds. He still has that 0.3 second penalty being held on, and that's very, very interesting to see what these guys are doing. 3 out of 10 laps have been completed. We've got Kushan Perez, who's set a fastest time of 2 minutes 18, and interesting. I've seen drivers who've paced themselves out, and he's really keeping the car perfectly in line. Kushan Perez, Adam Junaid, and Tamindra Veeravardhana. These three guys are holding stead, neither actually gaining. Kushan has managed to get quite a bit of a gap on Adam. It was a second in the previous lap, gone up to 2 seconds now, and Adam has also pulled a little bit of a gap from Tamindra. It's gone up to 3.8, 3.6 now, and Inuk has brought it down from 2.5 seconds to 2 seconds. So all these guys running quicker as they drive on. But Kushan's Inuk's last lap is a 2:21.250, whereas Tamindra's last lap has been a 2:20.047. So technically speaking, yes, there you see, Tamindra has pulled away from Inuk, but Adam has managed to match Tamindra on lap time, whereas Kushan is a clear 2 seconds quicker than anybody else on that last lap. So that is a pure testament to why Kushan is 3.1 seconds quicker. If you watch him, he's perfectly, he lines the car. That's that Fanatec steering wheel really making Great guns and great strides for him. He's keeping the car perfectly in line. Great weekend of racing for him, and it might be a double header for him if he wins the second race as well. As we saw, a bit of overtaking opportunity happening there. There's Shane Darren and Sachetana Patirana. We're right on board with these two guys. There's Shane Darren and Sachetana Patirana. There's a bit of a fight brewing here as these guys really try their darnest to overtake each other's. Shane trying to have a look down the outside, doesn't really work, but there you see it. Shane trying the left, trying the right. Inuk. No, I'm sorry, I made a big mistake. It's Inuk Madhumarachi and Shane Darren. It's not Sachetana. Sachetana is a bit far down. Shane Darren is now on Inuk Madhumarachi's tail. So Inuk is under serious pressure from Shane. Inuk is also a seasoned campaigner. He's trying to lose the penalty he has, but Shane also does have a penalty which is coming along with him. And both drivers trying their darnest to make sure that one doesn't get taken by the other, but something has happened and Shane has lost a bucket load of time to Inuk, and Inuk must be breathing a sigh of relief. Inuk has now pulled a gap which was under 0.5 of a second to 3.5, so that means Inuk did pull away or Shane made a mistake somewhere. Again, Tamindra Veeravardhana having been in third place, not really making much of an impression on the first driver, but what I can see is that Tamindra is slowly clawing in on Adam's position. So these guys, when they do come in, they're going to come into the pits. Adam and Tamindra are about the same quantum of fuel being used. Incidentally, they are driving the same car, so the fuel burn would naturally or logically be pretty much similar. J. Holmes branded right across the side of the car. You can see Adam carrying the J. Holmes logo. He also has a Maxis logo, Pit Pass, Laps of 57, House of Glass, and not forgetting the Ceylon Motorsports Club. We're bringing this Esport Championship. This is the third year running that we're running this championship for the Esport drivers of Sri Lanka. Very soon we will be starting an Asota Corsa Comprensione Championship for ACC as well, and drivers will be chosen to take part in the FIA World Motorsport Games, and that would be in France in October. In 2023, the CMSC will be sending a driver for the virtual Olympics run by the IOC, so which means there's a lot of esport taking place and recognition. And incidentally, the Ceylon Motorsports Club also functions as the head of esport for Asia. So all credit to the organizers. They've run 3 years of consecutive championships in this year. As well, we continue with the same Pro and the AM class. We've got a lineup of 28 drivers, the top 28 drivers who are there. I'm wondering at what point of time these guys are going to come in for a pit stop, as most of these guys are now in that window of a pit stop. So Adam Junaid again being hassled by Tamindra. No, Adam has been caught up by Tamindra, and Tamindra is now on his tail. Adam has to make this car as broad as he possibly can. We race as one on the side of his car. Adam managing to close the door. I hope Tamindra doesn't do a switchback. You know he doesn't. It's a bit too late for that. And Kushan Pires, something has happened to Kushan as well, as Kushan has dropped a whole lot of time and is now down to 3 seconds. So he may have had a moment as well, Kushan, or he's on a coast and roll. He's got 4 laps more to go, but he's, I think, doing his customary thing of running without a pit stop. So that's Kushan Pires. I think, Sam, we need to increase the number of laps in this race, so then they have to come in for a pit stop. Maybe 13 laps or something, or 12 laps in future, so that then you can't do a race without a pit stop. You have to figure out at what point you're going to come. Adam running on fumes. Tamindra pulling back a little bit again. Tamindra having a little bit more fuel than Adam, but still, for all, Kushan is now still 2.5 seconds ahead of Adam. Adam having to go into the pits in the next lap. We'll walk right on board with Inuk. Inuk is 5.2 seconds away from Sachetana Patirana. Shane Darren has made a mistake and gone off again. And it's interesting to see what is going to happen with these drivers as they all come to the twilight stages of this circuit race in Francorchamps in the Netherlands. Again, we ride on board with Tamindra keeping that car pointed beautifully, not running it too wide. Adam running it too wide. His tires must have seen better light of day. And they are both going to dive into the pits. They're going to be on the right side. Tell me they're in this. They are. Perfect drive from these two guys. They're following each other. Let's watch them. And Tamindra seems to have come into the pits before Adam. Tamindra's pit garage maybe before Adam's. As Inuk is also in the pits. And Inuk and Adam have burnt the same amount of fuel. Tamindra may have he can fuel a little bit less. They must be watching the delta in their cars to see at what point of time the fuel is just enough. And there you see Adam there. He just stops in there. Sachetara Patil in the pits as well. We ride on board with Adam just to see where he comes out. Tires in, tires out. First gear, the lollipop will turn to first gear now. And as soon as the lollipop turns, Adam will be on his way to go. There you go. Adam is out. It looks like I want to see what happened between Adam is second again and Tamindra is still in the pits. Tamindra is third, but Adam has actually underfueled himself in such a way that he gained a 3-second advantage on Tamindra. Tamindra having had more fuel, pitted in for a lot more fuel there. I'm not too sure what Tamindra was doing. Tamindra has fueled a lot more there. So there you have it. And we'll ride on board with Inuk and Shane. These guys have both pitted in and they're fighting still tooth and nail. You can see how close the racing is, and the beauty of it is there's absolutely no contact. Shane making sure he doesn't brake too late and go into the back of Inuk. Inuk making sure that he brakes perfectly and in a straight line and doesn't weave under braking. That's good racing from these boys. They've all learned, they're all professional. You can just imagine how they will be when they do come into real world racing. We'll ride on board with these guys a little bit, see how it works, and trying to figure out how exactly the screen change happens. Sam, can you help me out on this one? I want to see how the drivers. Going to check it out again. Kushan Pir is in the pits. Kushan Pir is our race leader in the pits. He did have to go in for a pit stop as well. And let's see where Kushan comes out. I think Adam doesn't have the advantage that they have. Let's see how exactly this works.
1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1936, Mrs. Gordon Graham, the first female racer to compete in her Austin 65. 1959, Mrs. Monica Collier enters the racing circuit. And now it's the age of digital motorsports. The oldest motorsports club in Sri Lanka with a glorious heritage of 87 years and attuned to shifting times keeps rubber burning on tarmac, dust spooling on dirt, and quarter miles conquered. Ceylon Motorsports Club, the iconoclast ahead of its time. 1934, Phil Falk sets a record at the first Mahagastara hill climb. 1930